Hello, welcome back. It's the first stream in a while. Well, not actually. Actually, it's not. Um, yeah, my internet has returned. Wow, wow. Could you believe that? The modern technology of an internet connection. I finally have it back. Wow. I haven't been playing while the previous three pre-recorded videos have been scheduled to upload, mainly because the thought of having them out of order in my channel would actually kill me. Um, like I would just look at that every time I look at my YouTube channel and think, why are those backwards? Um, but yeah, let's go. Number 49. I'm not going to go for too long. I don't know if I'll finish the investigation or not. If it's a long one, I probably won't. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. "10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Rono! Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie had an exhausting day today so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. The construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open somebody else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is just too important for it to him.
That's so true.
That's what I like about Hurley, after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I'll finish this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Aleks. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure it's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Oh yeah, there's an achievement I'm meant to be after today, isn't there? Wait. Wait. I didn't get the achievement for completing episode 3. What? What? I didn't get the achievement, the demasking. I think I got it in the the thingy screen, but it didn't give me it on Steam. Oh well, I'll figure that out. At least I don't have to waste time examining stuff in here for once. Iris, have you seen this?
Your armband? The symbol of a defense lawyer in Japan? Bruno, you've shown that to me dozens of times.
Oh, have I? The thing is, I just feel wrong if I don't have it on my arm.
Well, if you ask me, I think you should try wearing something different every now and then.
Oh, really? Like what?
Well, I could make something for you if you like.
Let's not worry about the fact that this, like, is a bit weird that I'm already wearing the thing you made me.
How about a band that squeezes your arm when the person you're looking at tells a lie?
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Hey, Mr. Wright! No, that's not. What the hell was my Apollo voice? Objection! Objection! Hey, Mr. Wright! Something like that. Hey, objection! Hold it! Take that! Something like that. I'll keep the space free on my left arm then.
I thought it was strange, you know. When Hurley suddenly decided to turn his hair red like that, I mean.
You mean he didn't tell you why? He didn't mention the red-headed leak to you?
I bet it's because he wanted to keep that £4 a week all for himself.
Oh yes, I see. Because your hair has a reddish hue too, I mean. Right.
Anyway, at least I have a good starting point for next month's instalment now.
Iris must be the only person who's actually going to manage to benefit from this whole soy affair. Iris, have a look at this.
That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection, or the like when you present evidence.
No, that's only in court.
That's not fair. If you won't say it, then I won't look.
Objection! Objection!
Yay! That was great! Right, next!
Alright, I get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. Objection! Objection! What might she have something to say about? Objection! Objection! Maybe this. Objection! 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 What do you think of the fact that there's no Iris about this? Oh no, what was I thinking? Why on earth did I show her that?
Oh, Crixie.
Objection! Objection!
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zykes definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. No, I mean, the end of proceedings earlier. He was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Sykes has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before?
Also, that's not true. Kazuma could fight back even if it was the other day.
Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Sykes, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean? I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
But that's not necessarily true. It might be that he was going to be investigating with Inspector Gregson and Gregson told him about Fresno Street. And it turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
Then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Okay, Gregson was investigating the whole Reaper cases.
Oh dear, that sounds like something horribly devilish. Something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit early yesterday?
That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if she would help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Oh, it's Bartholomew's hospital. Oh. Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno. You've found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. By accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea. He was hiding that investigation from the Yard because the Yard wouldn't want him investigating it.
Oh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the Professor and Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. I never imagined that I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
That is odd. why would he write something that Vigil was doing in his place? I don't understand.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Jones was trying to reply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my god, so true! Gregson knew he'd be suspected of something on that day because he was actually doing something even more, like, sketchy.
Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zyx felt the need to investigate Gregson,
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol.
It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. Piping hot extra special blend of mine.
Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Jones isn't nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes.
Dun, 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 dun.
Objection! Why do we still have this? About this, Mr. Sutton, do you not notice anything unusual about it, perhaps?
I'm so sorry. I don't know. I'll redouble my efforts and spend more time doing research so that next time I won't let you down.
I think perhaps you're taking your role as judicial assistant a little too far. Red-Headed League. It's not something we could ever aspire to, is it?
But I'm determined to try.
Your hair is completely black, though. Beautiful, but black.
Perhaps you know that in our homeland, this color of hair has traditionally been described as green-black. Sounds a lot like a contradiction, if you ask me. So some people clearly see it as green in Japan, even though it's black. In which case, I'm full of hope that something similar may happen here in Britain. That level of optimism is something I should learn a lesson from.
Minus 16 is large enough. That means we're 24. Gossip is 40.
Right, Mr. Naruhodo. It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible.
Oh, Asogi's gonna be here. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. No. The Great British Empire. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Is that clear? Perfectly. Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Hi.
Kazuma.
No. Bye-bye.
Left without saying a word.
That's not very nice. Ah, maybe you should have a word with me instead. Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Sykes' trial concluded today. but Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In the miraculous, not even 5 minutes.
Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information.
Your defense lawyer's blazon. It clearly means a lot to you.
Oh yes, it's a keepsake for my best friend, as well as a symbol of what I'm trying to achieve. But that friend has returned to us now, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, until it's time to return this to him, I intend to keep wearing it proudly on my arm. But that friend is going to face you in court, Mr. Naruhodo.
A complicated situation by the sound of it.
Are you aware of the Deadly League launch on Heart?
No, I didn't read that advertisement.
It seems they were trying to swindle redheads.
I see. Well, I suppose I would be in the White-Headed League, if anything.
This is so out of character, what the fuck?
I see. Well, I suppose I would be in the White-Headed League, if anything.
That sounds rather like an elderly gentleman's club.
Fucking wrecked. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no.
Oops, I have a feeling I might have made a bit of a faux pas there.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That's fantastic. I'm so glad I'm presenting evidence to everybody. I would miss shit like that if I didn't.
Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? You better answer my questions about the autopsy report. Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? Fuck you. Nothing to say about the Clint fan sites. What do you think of the fact that your inspector was, like, literally doing his own investigations without telling you? Nothing? Okay. What do you think about the fact he's dead? Nothing? Oh, great. Fantastic. What about the fact that he gave someone his identification? Okay. I guess you have absolutely fucking nothing to say. Does Prosecutor Isugi believe that Lord Van Sykes is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Sykes made a name for himself among the judiciary.
Thanks to you.
But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Van Sykes was responsible.
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continue. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the Professor's, the trial of Genshin Asugi.
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zykes entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zykes had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
How's
I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
Dude, this guy is such a bad fucking politician. Like, he doesn't know when to fucking shut his mouth and just keep a fucking secret. What do you mean? Oh my god, I said the Japanese phrase that so struggles to be translated.
Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Sogi.
Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma is my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure how I know how to talk to him at the moment. He's got a toy room set up to investigate and theorize. How curious. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Sogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Oh yeah, she hasn't been here.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor at that Japanese style, Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first.
Oh my god, we get to examine all of this stuff with Susato here. Let's see, what have we here?
Mr. Naruhodo, it would be very underhand to glean information from Kazuma-sama's office while he's absent. We should wait until he's here before we start nosing around.
Oh, of course, yes. She doesn't think any nonsense when it comes to Kazuma, does she?
Photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue in exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip.
Yes, he went with extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly.
Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me.
Now you say it, I have to agree.
It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character.
People really are very hard to fathom at times.
There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zykes' defeats in court.
I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings.
And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death.
Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about.
This is the only entrance. Also, there are scuffs on the floor. So this door has friction with the floor and it's hard to open. Which makes me get this impression that you would have to intentionally force it really fucking hard to push over this massive notice board. I think that the possibility that it was intentional is there. I don't know how likely it is, but turns out Gregson didn't actually die here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed?
Well, one way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry. When I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Inspector Gregson was such a decent character. Like, he had nothing like, he wasn't like the smartest guy, but he tried his best all the fucking time. You can see why he's the yard's best.
Your imagination is Albert the Hare, then. Most certainly guilty.
This revolver, just who does it belong to?
Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary.
But Gregson's own gun was found on his person.
And of course, Lord Van Zykes has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm starting to think the cold-hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all.
Then I wish you every success.
I'd never have imagined this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key.
I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man.
It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image.
I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines.
But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that is always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly. Yeah, the fish and chips are such a part of his image.
If you think I'm gonna stop eating fish and chips just 'cause it makes me look a little bit untoward, you're mistaken, my friend.
This notice caught my eye before, actually.
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps.
Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that. You were spot on, Miss Susato. It's full of cheer.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though.
Once I had to leave a very painful injection. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already. So why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. God damn it, doc! Naruhodo shouting is kind of a weird thought.
Oh dear, what a terrible treatment.
These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil.
I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. I mean, something you've lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure it's safe leaving within reach of everyone like this. I mean, look what Olive Green did.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were packaged, you might try some of the pills.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. Yeah, I worry that you break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato. Patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well he has a kindly person in the neighbouring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? Why would they write the air? Why would you describe someone as endlessly obliging? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Ah, look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realised they were used here as well.
I I imagine they were imported from Japan, into Japan from Great Britain in the first place.
Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival. Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. Then I slipped and sprained my ankle.
I see.
They contain powerful magic, these wooden staffs.
The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself.
There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them in there?
If you were a patient there, I feel sure that you would take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry. At least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I have no doubt that you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are even limits to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato.
Lord Van Zykes is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. I say it in a really loud voice. But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. There we go. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Oh, I thought you did a pathetic job. No. Perhaps not. He actually agreed with me, holy fuck. I apologise. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? You called me by my name again.
Lord Van Zykes, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. With Prosecutor Asogi, of course. Yes. Yes. I knew it. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be at entirely the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Well, yeah, he knows that there's something like sketchy behind it, right? But obviously, you know, he literally plays the part, right? Like, even though it's not him committing the murders, he turns a blind eye to it because, you know, why shouldn't he, sort of thing. Oh no, that's a stupid, like, for him, you know, it's not in his power to look that deep into stuff, you know. Well, it's not his place, put it that way. Strongheart would have a few words. I think you know that this is worn by people in country to show that they're defense lawyers, don't you? And I think you know that I believed you to be merely playing at lawyercraft. Lawyercraft, initially. But it would seem that your armband may actually imply some dormant talent after all. After all. Lord Van Zykes, do you mean? Let's hope you wake up soon. The talent is dormant. Yes, I was clearly daydreaming. I almost thought I got a compliment there. What coloured league should I join then? I love how every one of the Londoners has something to say about the Red-Headed League.
are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times.
What's that?
Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we?
This is relevant to him. No. Okay.
You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
Yeah.
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organisation. It's an organisation with Lord Strongheart at the top. Like, he talked about a cog in my machine. That machine is this organisation that he refers to, I presume.
Ah, it's a whole organization.
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone had... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years. I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organisation. It's not Tobias Gregson. Tobias Gregson?
No!
There's no shot. No shot is Tobias Gregson the Reaper. No shot.
Gregson, the Reaper.
No shot. Zero fucking shot.
So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organisation with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organisation.
Okay, a key member. I don't like this idea that Gregson was so fucking, like, pure. Like, he knew there was dodgy stuff going on, and he was easy to keep quiet, that's true. Like, look at case 5, look at... He is very easy to keep quiet. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh,
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. I'm not convinced.
individual knows nothing of the Reaper, and the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
What? Well, if you can name it, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Assassin.
A Shin. That is Giselle Brett. No, this doesn't work. This doesn't line up. I don't think this works. No, I don't believe it. Check this out, right? Holy shit, this is like theorizing mayhem, this is. Okay. A Shin, Giselle Brett, travelled to Japan. When did she travel to Japan? It was some time ago because she was there as a student, blah, blah, blah. Right? She wrote that paper on poison while she was in Japan. Right? Okay, that's a fact. Next, consider the four names. The names of the four. A. Shin, Kazuma Asogi, Tobias Gregson, John Wilson. Significance of those four names. Kazuma wasn't working for the Reaper. See? The Reaper, I'll just call the organization the Reaper. There's no way. Oh, I just realized that my game volume is a bit too loud. Oops, sorry if it's been hard to hear me. Check the stream health. Wait, what? Shin? It's Assassin, Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. This just doesn't make sense. Kazuma is the only surviving one of the four. Kazuma has a fucking giant target on his back. And I bet who in Japan would have received the telegram about those four names? The only high-ranking official we know in Japan is Jigoku. I'm so... Oh my god, the fifth case. The fifth case is going to be insane, isn't it? Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, a mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo, yes, perhaps it's the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here.
the fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. As a Sheen, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was on all his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Asogi, the professor. Was Genshin actually the professor? The game lays it on us so much. It goes and goes and goes. It says it over and over again. Genshin Asogi, the professor. All we know is that he was prosecuted by Van Zykes, found guilty. Gregson was part of it though. Gregson. And should I trust Gregson? I really don't fucking know. I want to believe in Gregson.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see. But Clint Van Zykes? You're saying that about your own brother.
That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zykes was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt.
I'm not convinced. Was Clint Van Zykes... Okay. Was Clint Van Zykes killed by the professor? We don't know. Was the professor Genshin Asogi? We think so. I think there's something that's been lost that Van Zykes doesn't know. There's no way Van Zykes knows everything about the professor. It's just... He's too vulnerable. Like, this case, we're seeing his vulnerable side. And for him to know everything about the professor and be right would be absurd. Van Zykes himself doesn't know the truth.
Why did the damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zykes had already been killed at this point then?
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
We were surrounded.
Dude, what the fuck? This looks fucking epic. Enoch Drebber witnessed this guy's death. He is not alive. Right? I'm so fucking scared that we're gonna get another Asogi pulled on us and one of these characters is gonna be alive. I don't know if Shutakumi would do that. Look at this. Ring.
red ring that's very prominent. That's Karama. Like a little Van Jykes, he looks like a little baby.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zykes, alright, we've got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come,
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. Dude, this dude did not fucking kill Clint. I'm sorry. There is no fucking way. This scene, the whole fucking point of this scene is to make me think this. That he isn't Clint's killer.
it was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear.
But he had a sword, not a gun.
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Oh. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
So sorry, Lord Van Sykes. And fucking Lord Strongheart didn't give a shit.
That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving us assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, all right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotama. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little tougher. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Chikoku, and about what happened with your father.
Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I love how he's just inherited this fucking office.
There's Lord Van Zykes' incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though.
No, I notice you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down, Caesar style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zykes when I first saw it.
I find it the most comfortable way to work.
I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly.
Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. This scene is fucking epic, dude. And it's got his amazing fucking theme playing over the top of it.
Lord Van Zykes' fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He's so particular about it, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird.
Yeah, Van Zykes, I like how his weird side is coming out.
Do you know who the man is in the portrait?
Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Van Zykes' apprentice.
Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Well, what the? It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, yes, I realise that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zykes, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. What flying mammal? Classic quiz question. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing, sorry. Just thinking out loud. What's that? My bird knowledge is so bad, I need to look up what a sparrow is. Just to make sure I know. Sure. Okay. Ah. Asks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hallowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavour and region. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zykes can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavour and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here, and in court then. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. But now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma, so you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor for now. I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure... Thank you, my friend. I was shocked when I found out they were related to the case. The Red-Headed League, I mean. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day. A sudden great detective being among them. I expect those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they'd never dreamt up their little plan. Or maybe they're busy plotting their next one. Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Kazuma, what do you make of this? The Reaper. At last, I get to take my revenge. Kazuma, Lord Van Zykes isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is. Kazuma. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded in Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name, Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean?
Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated, robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Burya. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when the bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realise that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed on to the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and that we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me. I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
That's not how that was supposed to be said.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity for showing your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zykes' apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. Of course he would, that makes sense. Even if he didn't know it was Casimir. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Umai, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago, he was 8 years old, when my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain. I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotaba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my!
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Umai. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer accursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth couldn't bear the resentment and was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. It couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learnt today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zykes isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baron Van Zykes is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He is not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain, my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? Oh, for this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karama is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karama, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Karama. Karama go! Karama go! Oh my god! That's fucking epic. Holy shit. That is fucking epic. That's fucking epic, dude. Really? Karama does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago. Oh my god! Holy fuck! Shu Takumi named the blade Karama. I thought about it when I first heard it and didn't think much of it. Shu Takumi fucking named the blade Karama to fucking forecast that Kazuma would become a prosecutor. What the fuck? Holy shit! That's epic! Holy shit, man. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Yunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zykes given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? Oh my god. Again, Kazuma, like this little like theming that Shu Takumi is like dripping in, that like Kazuma is taking that sort of protagonisty role. Because it's always the prosecutor who is like, dude, it's unrelated, what are you talking about? And it's always the defense that has to like point out, like, it's fucking related and I can prove it, right? But Kazuma is the other way around. He says it's related and we say it's not. How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm gonna prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. Can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Kazuma is so fucking epic, dude. Holy shit. Also, I'm not gonna start calling him Van Zeke. Lord Van Zeeks. We need to go to the Great Waterloo Hotel. Is Dr. Gory the person with the mask? Please. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being in the dead room is probably full of spirits of the dissected.
But actually, there is a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air.
Well, being a dead room... Being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odour of death.
Hi, miss. Do you think we could change the subject? What? What was that? Dr. Gory? What voice did I give her? It was like insane fucking like... One sec, I'm gonna go back and listen to what voice I gave her. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna make a new voice, because now she's a real character, not just a nobody.
What? What?
That noise before?
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No! No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... She's 19. Also, what the fuck? How do we know what her face looks like? Oh, she is the daughter of Dr. Scythe. I've got to be honest, Scythe's theme is pretty good. Could I ask your opinion about this?
Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mama in jail. Why should I help you?
Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
No, that sounds too much like Scythe.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag on my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there is one thing about this report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please tell us what happened.
Oh shit, I missed dialogue. Fuck.
Time of death.
So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Miles Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died on 5 p.m. on the 1st of November, and the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother.
Give it here, then. Give it here, then.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? What's she written? Tell us.
Indeterminate. But... What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could have easily coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that somebody tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction.
Oh, sorry. Let me read that again.
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body on ice, you could delay the onset of...
How the fuck? Onset.
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body on ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said there was no electrical... He simply said there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. If you don't mind, then...
Sorry. She's gone back to sharpening her blades.
Not now, or my baby here might start to rust.
I think perhaps we'd better leave Dr. Gory alone. Maybe we could try again later if we manage to find some more clues. Let's have a closer look at this. Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. Dun, 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 dun. This will be new. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious. I found something that Takumi didn't think of. Or rather, like the people who write the line-to-line dialogue, I guess. I might leave it here, actually. Oh, I only need to be on campus at 1 tomorrow. Now I'll go a bit longer. Let's go a little bit longer. I thought it yesterday and think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is no. This is an unexpected pleasure. Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Ah, Father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Aleks, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I've read your work regularly with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Hee
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you admitted Bikazma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against the Sobi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. It's really nice to hear. What I saw in court today was confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Interesting. Look at this, Professor Mikotoba. Ah, Kazuma's armband. He was wearing that when he left for Great Britain. How curious. It doesn't strike me at all as odd to see you wearing it. It rather suits you. Oh, are you intending to return it to him? Well, yes. I mean, it has his name on it. Now that we've found out he's alive, it doesn't make sense for me to keep it. Well, if you ask me, I think Kazuma would be delighted to see you wearing it. Well, I'd feel honored if that were true. I've already been to see him. Professor, thank you very much for this letter of introduction. You're welcome. Only too pleased to help if I can. The words of an Easterner and Westerner mean nothing, really. The words Easterner and Westerner mean nothing, really. If you spend time to get to know people, it soon becomes apparent that we're all just humans at the end of the day. Far more alike than most will admit. It would be wonderful if everybody saw it that way. Sadly, not everybody can. We all have our failings, though. As I said, we're all human. I see now why he's such a respected scholar. It's his magnanimous spirit. Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you this? Oh, fuck. I really dislike that little bug where you can press the right button after you've pressed the present. Like that. I find it funny that I can't just ask this guy his thoughts on the case since he was in the gallery. Unless maybe I can. You know what I think, Naruhodo? I think that... I'll start with a favour. So, you mentioned the favour that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What?
Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London for a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there is no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? Then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Sogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susaku, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? I hope, if I'm honest. I hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, all right.
You won't leave, will you, Runo?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believed to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me?
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zix was who was in the dock today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zix, I believe. Clint Van Zix, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Assassin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who is responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something you want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes! You just tried to leave me behind.
Aww. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father! Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yumai University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, It could have been another Dr. Wilson, do you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the younger lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Aww. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you?
Guilty! Guilty! Ha 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 ha!
That guilty is still ringing in my ears.
Guilty! Ha ha ha!
No. No. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning, either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dark himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Saishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and was returned home to Japan together. And we returned home for Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah yes, talking of Saishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. I can't believe this is going to be important to the trial. That's insane. Judge symbol, defense lawyer symbol, professor symbol. Wow. Also, wrong costume, but okay, fair enough. A fan? You can't see what's in his hand. I wonder how this is going to be at all relevant. It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." Photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba. Yes. Whatever, Chucky. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that photograph. Took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
Well, if you would excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about assassin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. Then please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I'd be delighted. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Assassin. Of course. It's so obvious.
How could I have neglected the possibility? Assassin. Of course. It's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
Pele, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course.
What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Ah, well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see.
Well, you look reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
He saw Jikoku.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty and shaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Usato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is Ori. That for once, my deduction is Ori.
Doesn't that imply your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly...
Now then, you may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
No, why my Sholmes' voice is so wrong?
Let us engage in the art of deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant?
I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows.
Ah, wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes.
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
He left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run around and call us a cab straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamouring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. And then there was one. Ha! I caught you again, Capcom. She shouldn't be here at this time. And and she shouldn't be here at this time. Correct. They're sitting behind that desk.
I'm here. I haven't gone to send a telegram at all. I'm so irresponsible.
Oh, wait, maybe she did it and now she's back with me? I don't know. Dun, 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 dun.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, the lawyer. Hello again. I'm gonna make his voice a bit more subdued. I think I did his voice wrong.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. He's wearing Genshin's ring, what the fuck? Am I insane? Right? I'm not insane, right? That's Genshin's ring. There's no rings or anything or bracelets here. But that's just like Genshin's ring. What the fuck? He got that from Genshin because they plotted together. What the fuck? This Mr. Vigil guy is so fucking important. What the hell? The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Plasma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. The truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along, then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... it wasn't me that helped the Professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
Why do you have his ring, then? I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? Oh my god.
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
Wow, dude. Mr. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this?
My head. It's throbbing.
Come on, Capcom. Come on. That's not good enough.
Oh no! It's too soon, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much for him. It's too much for me, seeing him swoon like that. Maybe I should lay off the evidence for a while. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It's when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. Alibis, literally alibis. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters! Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising out of my neck and their hands. The following day, they kept their word and released me, without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot.
They were trying to frame Mr. Vigil. Whoever it was. Maybe. Maybe it was pure coincidence that Van Zykes was there. And Stronghearts just thought, you know what, let's improvise. Let's get him out now while we can.
It was at midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
The professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Berkeley was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went on in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception, or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison.
They didn't want to execute him. Dr. Scythe was ordered not to. Or ordered to... Dr. Scythe was in on it. He was in on it. I don't believe otherwise. He has his ring, for fuck's sake. The whole thing is so weird.
The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual.
So only Dr. Scythe? That seems plausible. But why do you have that ring? I guess it... Oh, is it just your marriage ring? Why does it look the same, though?
The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set the Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Sophie couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total, and as I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of so many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Is he getting a model?" Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Are you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Didn't say who.
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back into his cell, I saw something. Something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following this trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells when I looked into Asogi's. I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen his will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions? Wearing the mask?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy,
So he couldn't have Karen with him?
but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception?
And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effects he was allowed. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and pleaded with me. Or did you just hide behind your back?
Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But no, it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. If you would just agree to keep it quiet,
All right then. What's on that paper?
a last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. There's something hidden in Karama. Because that's what he gave to Asogi. How can a will be a weapon?
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished? What? What do you mean it vanished? There you go again, he said, what do you mean? I guess they were just tired of writing the script at this point, which... I mean, I don't know.
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution. Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. The poor Kazuma-sama, to poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. No, I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming. Can I have a... He was screaming. Can I have disappeared completely? That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offence, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor! Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Oh, this poor guy, man. The regular Ace Attorney series could never pull off a character like this, because it doesn't take itself seriously anymore. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, His disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it?
I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps, but he really did have to did he really have to take it quite so far?
Hello.
What's that? Ah, it's just something... Okay. I'm gonna present this to everyone, just for fun.
Objection!
Objection! Oh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello.
I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, Vigil?
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the laddie does not work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I would not like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kimmer. You ken very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
So, what's brought you down here today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
We believe there might have been a document disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something.
Did I not say Gregson's death is naught to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not foter about with irrelevant details.
Right.
Did I not say Gregson's death is naught to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not foter about with irrelevant details.
His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Dun, 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 dun. This guy's gonna have to come and testify at some point. Not sure about what, though. Well, how about that? A friend of me Kotoba turning up after all these years. And his wee bairn even.
My father speaks highly of you, sir.
You can. I can see the resemblance now.
Oh,
Aye, especially around your eyes. You look dead like him. You look dead like him. Does she? I've never even noticed.
what an interesting observation.
Not the delighted reaction from Susato-san that he might have been expecting. Right, that'll do. That murderous botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour. Aye, a shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution caught on his side. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't I say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I deny like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would not have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You would not say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I should not have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
I wonder who. The man who puppeteers the whole affair.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't I dream of sending you packing with no kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
I suppose, if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Maria Gorey.
Maria Gorey?
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't I have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't I want to see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah. You didn't I ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah.
Mama, what is this? What is this? Ah, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that completely. I was confused. I couldn't remember that it was her daughter. Dr. Side's daughter, Via Goy. He could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Side's daughter, but her surname is Goy. Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I dinna ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum walking with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I canna understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner's responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mam's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Goy herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and then I come back here, eh? How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell him, Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no. You're off at half-cock there. I think you deny quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. In Japanese, and this guy probably hasn't got a clue what it says. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But mine it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
It's not the gist of it, is it? Come on. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramash of that slyster
of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. I'm not convinced.
One thing afore you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are naught to do with Gregson's death. I prefer it if you deny make no mention of them outside of this office. Or rather, I would not just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, that I regret nothing about my chosen path. There's a secret message in here. It has to be. I-G-A-H-R-T-U... no. I-G-A-K-A-E-J. L. There's an L in there as well. I-G-A-L-K-A-E-J. Okay, this, like, why is this here? Why is this page here? Obviously, like, obviously it wouldn't make sense if it wasn't here, but maybe it's in here. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate. It's foreign my about is land home. It can't be something like that. Path chosen my about nothing. Knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But he knew he was about to try and escape. So strange. I understand. Let me read that line again, because it was pretty epic.
I'd prefer it if you deny make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I would not just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
Shink, shink, shink. Someone's sharpening again. You're still not dead. You're still not dead. Anyway, I don't have anything more to tell you about that specimen. Actually, we're not here to ask you about Inspector Gregson. We were hoping to talk to you about your mother, Dr. Side. Something the governor of Barclay Prison mentioned. He said that she was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. That's not all Mama did. My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zykes as well. And therein lies the dodginess. Gregson
ordered the autopsy of Clint Van Zykes. But that autopsy was performed by Dr. Sy, who was in the hands or the pocket of the highest levels of government. And that is what was used to prove that Genshin Asogi killed Clint Van Zykes. Which I'm so confused about what's true and what's false. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zykes? The Professor's final victim?
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. The detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided a vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean? Maybe it was their way of putting a lid on the Professor case, is all I'm thinking.
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zykes. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Goy. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the picked umeboshi plums we make back home. Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that.
Ah, that jar you're looking at up there contains monkey brains.
Oh my.
The composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And in the next jar along, we have monkey.
No more monkey anythings, please.
If you say so.
Oh dear. A time when I still thought it was just some pickled umeboshi plum seems so long ago already. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply.
That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt.
What? You mean you sleep in here?
Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and always end up falling on the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. An assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. This looks different before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look.
Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
They're how I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Ah, right.
I used to make livers and kidneys or intestines. Intestines. But Mama told me to make something more friendly instead.
Aw. I think the whole, like, this is quite cute, seeing the whole, like, mother-daughter relationship of Dr. Scythe, who, last case, was just an evil bitch for no reason. Well, obviously for a reason, but, like, she was just an evil bitch.
That's quite different to what I'd imagine. That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like that, something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead.
Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers are very skilled, aren't they?
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together. Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best I can.
You're strange. I wonder who is the strangest.
Oh my god, that was... I'm so glad I take the effort to examine shit. That was a lovely little back and forth. Dr. Gory is really cool. Actually really cool. Do you know about these Sogi papers? Could I ask your opinion about this? Maybe she'll get to testify tomorrow as well.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
The execution didn't actually take place.
No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean?
I didn't want to know. I believed in her, in Mama, but now I'm wondering.
That bit is rendered badly. What the fuck is that little, like, head turn? When she transitions from that to that, it, like... It does shit and it's weird. Like, it jumps.
Now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
Oh, and we, like, said that ourselves earlier. That's a bit mean, me. You should be careful with the girl's feelings. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zykes. Clint Van Zykes. Zykes. Fuck it, it's fucking Zykes, man.
It was at the time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now.
Turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, I was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy!
And she's not going to react to that at all. She's not going to be like,
Oh my god, you're his daughter!
or anything.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugen Mikodaba. What? What? If that autopsy was faked, then Mikotaba, Scythe, and Wilson were all in on it, which seems absurd. Maybe Genshin Asogi really did kill Clint Van Zykes. It was proven. I had no idea Professor Mikotaba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself? Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
True! Holy true, dude.
They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Gory is fucking epic, man. Let's see. Van Zykes. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zykes.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away.
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room. You're right. They're gone! They're gone!
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes! I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
No! You don't mean...
Aleks Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris. That is a plot twist. This case is fucking epic, man.
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm gonna have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye now then. Good luck.
Okay.
Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when the detective came. You were here with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I don't really remember. Anyway, sorry, bye, Moustache.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I prefer if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zykes' autopsy disappeared. I think we've asked all we can to, all we came to ask now. He's gone. But Gina, the police are still busy investigating her then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Thing about the oil lamp, the fire. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged it so the firecracker would be set up at 5 o'clock and then left. So that loud bang was heard precisely at the moment Lord Van Zykes arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. There are some similarities between Van Zykes and Naruhodo, huh? Which may not have done you any favors either. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it?
It's such a bright color. It certainly makes an impression, yes. They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. I wasn't. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside, look. TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off! Gina? Where are you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Yeah, she would know too well. She would never let us look at it. She's the one who knows all the tricks of how to snoop around and steal things. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been since the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Your boss.
You should hear them talking about at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zykes who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then obviously, that was that blooming Reaper giving the... Well then obviously, it was that blooming Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? Weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't blaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. It was me who found it, and he was my boss. He was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh,
That's our Gina. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers that are supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognised anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st of October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Assassin? Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Oh dear, what a pity.
There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. I don't suppose it means anything, but...
That's kind of damning, to be fair. Did you say Shin?
Hey? What? It does mean something.
Lord Van Zykes knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we found out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Some Japanese name was in there too. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed Leaguer.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto? Didn't you, Otto? Didn't you, Otto? Aye?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street on that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can track down. We can't track down. Oh, little Toby, such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, innit?
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the hellhound here.
Right, because he looks so hellish, honest. Gina, about your hellhound there. The hellhound earring!
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain,
it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case, the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of? The Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder. The wig?
Take that!
Take that! Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. But he might be a little too keen, don't you think? Ah. Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone to.
Oh my, That trunk clearly still has very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh, all right. It's a fair cop, I suppose. You nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Aye? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. All right then, it did happen. Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of that boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it in between the wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk.
Seems like they all did something sketchy.
You mean when they heard that sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Good. I was going into judge voice.
Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more and nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. And is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
What's the matter with Toby? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
I wonder how it happened. Let's have a look inside. Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas.
Does Inspector Gregson want to go to a trip abroad then?
Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? It was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Maybe he was killed at the airport. On the bottom or on the lid, there is a giant fucking blood stain. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. That presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Name, Tobias Gregson. Passport number ACD0522. Date of departure, within 1 week. From 31st of October, within 1 week. Okay. So he wasn't, like, leaving right then. Destination, Port of Dunkirk, France. Police business. Permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. Very strange. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk. Toby! Oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly! Hail of courage! Speak with Gina, speak with Gina, speak with Gina, speak with Gina. The first thing I'm gonna do is speak with Gina. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! Are you alright? It's Susato.
Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What it is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Schultz. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let us take G when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Oh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Hee. Whenever you feel ready, then. Gotcha! Gina, I'm really sorry. It's daft, isn't it? You asked me a year ago. The cops would go and hang... It's daft, isn't it? If you asked me a year ago, the cops could go hang for all I care. We've got to have police, haven't we? To catch the bludgers. So us divers can go about our business in peace. Wait, sorry?
I don't think I can have heard that properly.
He said he was going to teach me everything I needed to know to be a detective. But all he got round to showing me is where the best flaming fish and chip shops are.
Actually, that reminds me. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Something wrong?
Oh, no. I'm sure I'm reading too much into things.
Maybe Gregson took Gina as his apprentice because he feared for his life. I don't know, like... I don't know, it's so weird.
It's just that the timing seems very coincidental.
Hmm?
You know, the boss was acting a bit strange recently. Like he was always in a rush.
Best chips in town. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that the infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead.
You mean the Professor?
Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection.
Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that the balance of your sweetness of your bandage, I think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
What am I meant to be doing?
Schwarzbiergebot, brodelnd wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant den Zahn zwei.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream?
Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think.
That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris? What's the matter? He broke her tea set. Who is that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there. Iris, is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you while you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
Well, that's worked.
A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean we're gonna do a dance of deduction just for fun? Oh my god!
The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're so desperately trying to conceal, Iris.
So, as usual, you instantly seem to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale.
So then, to Musicland,
where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray to enjoy Aleks Holmes' latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Oh my god, he's in his smaller outfit thingy with Bobby.
The game is afoot. Man's identity. It's Kazma Sogi, of course.
Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings, and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist.
So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea.
You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavour has the man's spirits soar,
and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await the sampling of the flavour myself, that I may join the fellow in this state of elation. Now, to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly to the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin entered my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. I read this
Sherlock Holmes adventure story. This is the one where you met the lady who impressed you because she figured out how to run away because, you know, the thingy-mabobby. It was a photo of him with her. And it was the king. Wasn't it the king of Bohemia?
He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic.
In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask.
Isn't that true too? So did the King of Bohemia.
The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsrich Sigismund von Ormstein. That's it. I've read the story and that is correct. Wilhelm Gottsrich Sigismund von Ormstein. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. This mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service that I afforded him, and he has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. And a well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the great exhibition.
Oh my god, that was that little kid. Oh my god.
The King of Germany. Yes, indeed, indubitably. It is elementary, my dear fellow.
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence was unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe, I must say. As your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of the eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favourite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favourite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favourite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you try to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot bodelt Wien Feuerberg.
Your silence as well. The fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning is entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently. The one you were just describing. So did I! Oh my god! And according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Wrecked? Actually wrecked? I could have told you that. I could have told you that, Sholmes. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Guts, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favourite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Aleks Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Let's do it, my dear fellow. Let's do it, Mr. Sholmes. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language.
as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings, an apparent inability to understand when asked to do so. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea.
So what? It's some mix of herbs that give you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
That is a very unfortunate camera angle. Well, the cup's empty, that's for sure. So I suppose this mysterious gentleman must have drunk the contents.
Iris's special blends are quite delicious, I agree. They always make my heart sing. So I can understand wanting to vocalize those feelings. Certainly. In fact, Mr. Naruhodo, you often erupt in boisterous laughter after drinking Iris's tea.
I do? Maybe I should take some lighter laughter lessons from Susato-san in the near future. I probably don't laugh as loud as Asogi though.
We know this mask. Oh, you're right. So, does that mean?
No, surely not. It couldn't be, could it?
No, it's most definitely not him.
Oh no, of course it's not. Oh goodness.
But then, is this gentleman now wearing it? I'm afraid once again, I have really no idea. Wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machines singing, that can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. But right is changing too.
It is right. It's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we've found our answer.
Take that! The reason for the man's mildly irritated warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, but no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. Thank goodness. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know?
Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly to the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. It required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottrich Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
Seems Mr. Schultz intends to persist with this Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Guards, the boy whom you had in tears. Don't remind me, or anyone else. So you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. As we well know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Me. Take that! Take that! Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Sato. You must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. She's getting involved too now. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
is my unconscious father, Eugen Mikotoba. This is so absurd, I love it. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. Oh my god. I love it so much. Thanks.
which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack.
Inside? So that's a £5 note poking from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure if we've ever seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? Yes, you did. You saw them in Tuspel's pocket. But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right, though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there is always a £5 note poking out from her bag and I just haven't noticed before too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. This metal chest, It contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street. Take that! Take that! Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
An excellent observation.
Or upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance.
It's kept locked at all times,
And yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Haley, don't! Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, no. He's dead. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you've found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth then. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat usual to the different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris is usually the silent type, so you mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite not knowing point of the finger before? Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try and rescue the situation then. Isn't this supposed to be like a Sholmes and an Iris? For some reason, this knapsack is really standing out suspicious to me today. Oh, is it? It's quite sizable enough for a sizable secret, that's what I see. Perhaps it is, but we certainly can't open it up to look inside without Iris's permission. No, you're right. Who knows what might pop out and punch us? That is the best plot twist ever. Like, my sacred documents are in there. Don't open it. If you open it, that's a key she's holding. Look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It has appeared as if by magic. But strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Take that! Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah!
when Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Bruno.
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here.
But
Professor Mikodova also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikodova opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, a mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less?
yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Bruno.
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Objection! Objection! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your mind back to my earlier deduction? Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret.
Ah,
She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You're attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikodova opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then.
that is the autopsy of Clint Van Dyke's.
Mr. Sholmes' favourite cup, or what's left of it, just the handle, was obviously hurled into the air along with Professor Mikodova. If only it had been this cup that had caught on his finger before it hit the floor. Yes, but anyway, whatever Iris is trying to hide is clearly not this handle. Surely this time, at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag and big enough to
Big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for. So, the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean? I really would like to say. Ah, look, there. There seem to be more papers there. I was trying to hide them underneath the tray. The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. Take that! Take that! You're attempting to abscond with that case file.
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no! We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Sykes had gone missing.
Clint Van Sykes. Yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago, I asked to see the report in question.
You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean, it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there, I'm sorry. Forgive me! I love how it's been a lot of these deductions, and yet they never fail to be awesome. They're new every time. It's not like there's like this slight, it's just so good, isn't it? They're all so different from each other.
In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Aleks.
I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing. Your father's writing. What do you really mean? Iris. It must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah, Father.
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him feel comfortable, I think.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. You wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew.
There's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder. Perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on. Now's not the time, Rono. She's not in the mood to talk at the moment, then. I suppose that's understandable. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we'd be allowed to look at it in there. So you decided to steal it? When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then and there that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Ligori and apologise, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. We need to read that. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Clint Van Dykes, age 33. John H. Wilson. May 31st of May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. But no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. A duel. A duel. Okay. I think Genshin Asogi really did kill Clint Van Dykes. That's my current thought. Really did kill him. But it was for a very good reason. In fact, it could have been self-defense, indicative of a duel, literally a duel. Self-defense, that, like, makes sense. Or it was... he found out... It makes us ask a lot of questions about what Clint was doing. Right? Who was Clint? Why did Clint have a duel with Genshin? Maybe Clint was defending himself. It's hard to say, isn't it? I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. Must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. John H. Wilson. What? Noticed? Sykes. Stab wound. Recent scarlet ink stains. Was it on the little and ring fingers? Credit to Inspector Gregson. No internal trauma. What am I missing? So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. What? What? Professor Mikutabas? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. And now you know. My dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind
It's just too extraordinary to believe. What? Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotaba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. What? No, what? She said it matched her father's. So... Sholmes' actual assistant... No. Sholmes' actual assistant was Professor Mikotaba. In Shutakumi universe. So Sholmes, during Mikotaba's time here, Mikotaba knew Sholmes, and they did all the investigating and stuff together. And Mikotaba, but Gory said that John H. Wilson was there. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely.
Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does. 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return,
Where was Dr. Mikotaba engaged? Ah, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
and as an assistant, he would have aided the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
What? Head coroner? So that is John H. Winston's signature. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. A complicated situation. Your partner. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. But we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure.
So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
But if his autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion.
Pray, impress me.
Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotaba. In other words, Misusato's father.
Upon one word, Mr. Narrowhead.
Yes?
You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say?
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotaba.
What? What the fuck? 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 What? Professor Mikotaba. This is crazy. Sholmes and Mikotaba. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self. Hyujin Mikotaba, your father.
Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in.
I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity. As a great mystery solver is the great... how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotaba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Saishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And I heard of this guy who was also looking for a room, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working with the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Miss Cota's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. That case with which you've become rather familiar yourself. The Professor killings. After the trial, Saishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances.
So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest.
This is just amazing. Professor Mikotaba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father.
Goodness, my dear. What a cutting luck. Look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us
that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris' father must be you.
Ah! No, upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You, too, have hit upon the method at last.
What? Iris Mikota, what?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
Why? Yeah, why would he lie about that?
You finally grasp the art of deduction. What?
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. That you left me in grandmother's care while you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris...
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of this stick. Show me, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, did you get all dressed up?
Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikota and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikota. The game is afoot.
Okay. I had always thought this theme, the partners theme, was going to be me and Sholmes. Holy shit, this is a plot twist. This is the biggest plot twist since sliced bread.
But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage waits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit home after 10 long years. Our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. Inexplicably pass out. And if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I plunge straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Shelton's now. What? I have no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you completely. Susato, in sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together, is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe my own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
End. Okay. End, dude. The end of the chapter. Not the end of part, the end of the chapter. Wow. Wow, dude. That's it for tonight. Holy fuck. I did not... My expectations are all... Whoa, dude. They have been smashed. This is amazing. Mikotaba. Professor Mikotaba. Oh my god. Shutakumi, you mad bastard. Who comes up with this shit? Iris Wilson. Oh, Dr. Watson, Dr. Wilson. Oh, let's turn Dr. Wilson into a 10-year-old girl because that's typical Japan. And then this. What the fuck? I have no idea, dude. Like, this is insane. Absolutely insane. Like, what the fuck? Well, that's the end.